Hello, so we're gonna start this right. We're gonna do this right with the Shadowbringers intro cinematic. Change screens, and here we go.
How many years have come and gone since that day? How many years have I waited for this moment?
Ooh,
For
whoops.
the one that stood alone against the storm. For the one they called. The warrior of light.
Everything must blow up.
What sayest thou, Master Montoya? We may accept this fate or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
Deny? I am not wont to run from my troubles.
This is so good. No matter what anyone says, this is actually the best cinematic for FF14.
Till our friend returns, I will hold the line.
but
Become you must. Become warrior of darkness.
ooh yeah. That's awesome. See, I think the Shadowbringers is the best intro cinematic, bar none. Well, I can't say bar none. It's not the end of all of the intro cinematics, but Shadowbringers is because I can go on, but I should make a video about this. Is music off? Oh, there we go. Right, let's begin. To Shadowbringers. Good news, Gudrak. We had a stroke of luck. It's us in our search for the beacon. Apparently our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the crystal tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes, a pellant down there. Aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. Then we'd better go and give them a hand. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. Nod. There's a boat in the north of Silvertier, in North Silvertier, awaiting to ferry everyone to the site. So let's be on our way. I pray this beacon speak. Oh. Anybody new here? Huh. Ori and the mage boy is gone. Honestly, I would have started earlier, but I got caught up with doing things again. I was doing the culinarian quest line and other things. To the trench!
Headed to the survey site, sir. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat.
Oh, de la. Everybody? Oh, this is where they went. Start with you.
The air here is heavy. The air here weighs heavy upon me. 'Tis little wonder, I suppose, when standing in the shadow of such an imposing structure. The tower edifice. The towering edifice is the outer wall of the Crystal Tower's foundation. The labyrinth of the ancestor, to be precise. The ironworks is out in force, Master Garland's orders.
The Archons never. The Archon needs our help. Next to that, even matters of the heart doesn't seem to matter. God, lady, just... Ugh. You disgust me. I've detected no slavering beasts in the vicinity. My sister expected...
Gudrak, the search continues, but I have no doubt we still find this beacon of yours. Shall even...
If I was better at editing and more clever at streaming, I'd probably do it more funny.
Look how many people there are.
Oh.
Should we get to it then?
Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Big sledge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions.
Aye.
Jesse called the chief for some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Sorry, I
There it
meant to
is.
say, the scholars haven't finished the
The thing.
preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice.
Oh god, the truck! Don't let the truck hit me!
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Well, at least I wasn't hit by a truck. Whee!
The dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you.
I must say your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Your time has not yet come.
Hey, Ardbird. What you doing? No. My sword can be intangible sometimes, you know? Or it could bend weird.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Mean this time of night.
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply.
Yeah.
Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
Yes, please. Although I don't drink from random strangers anymore.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you'd best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire.
its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
So it begins. To the Crystarium! Although, any Aether crates? Can I just say crates? Weird. You're weird.
Halt! Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
From the source?
The source? What is this cryptic nonsense? Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass. That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Oh no! It's that guy.
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private. Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
Didn't really give me much choice. Took my
I
friends.
had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you were still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Do you know how much? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused?
An inkling, yes. I can only beg your forgiveness. Matters here forced my hand. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Alrighty. Oh, where is he? Good sir, you haven't loaded yet. I need you to be loaded. Here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. Gonna give the wet coffer to you? No, because I already did your thing. I was always gonna be. Equipped. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful with you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to first to visit a few of the Crystarium civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetherite, a convenience with which I am sure you're only too familiar. And being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. After you have done so, walk up the stairs next to the Aetherite and find out to the left to arrive in the Crystal Mean. This is where you'll find a collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Katniss. One of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him, you are to, and his cabinet of curiosities, you'll need to avoid the aforementioned steps. Take to the exit and on the left, and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large door end of the path. Now, the third and final person I would like you to meet is Bargi, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the market, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetherite Plaza. It's in seeking out each of my colleagues you will find the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a few of the places I trust you. My directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Very good. I concede the layering of the crystarium owes much to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during our encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars, and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim the same homeland as the Crystal Exile. There is an unspoken rule here about prying too deeply into the particular mystery. When you've finished making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of the town. Until then, holy diva! Alright, let's go to the first person you told me to go to. Actually, let me see. Is that the ground or the top? Let's see if this is... it's the bottom. I shall get this first. For you see... I don't know why, I just want to get this first. Attunement! Alrighty. Here we go. Thankfully, I am not a stranger to this city. I have been here before. You have been attuned to it. Now let's go meet the people. Run! Like the wind! I need to attune to this thing, this, and then this thing. And then I'll teleport over here, run down here, get this thing, and talk. That is the plan! I'm the cat with a plan. Let me talk to her as a carpenter. Oh, I can't. Oh no, wrong. Oh, god damn it. Turn on grid. Rare to see a place as well stocked with goods, is it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking. So, it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized too. Thanks to us in the mean, we work together to procure materials and resources and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate, like those Ilmorans layabouts. Here in the Crystarium we work for a living. Though I see you are no stranger to honest labor, you don't have the winds of indolence about you, like some folks I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you are from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and many friends of his is a friend. Any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulling the entire thing out of the thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began, as the Exarch's invitation building started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then folks here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might have, and you might be hiding. If you're aught to contribute on the front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catlis, and I'll find you a niche here in the Crystarium mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Your exchange with Catlis has taught you about life in the Crystarium. I'm a Saturn. Do this meanie Aetherite. Oh, I already did. Go over here to the Amaro launch area. To the Amaro. Up I go. Attunement. Ariel? I serve the Crystarium gods as quartermaster, overseeing deliveries of armaments that are numerous outposts all across Lakeland. If you have an eye for weaponry, I encourage you to visit the ballista downstairs. If you have an eye for weaponry, you'll find a most impressive arsenal of war machines on the display.
Order to me. Up to the armoral table. No, I don't need the proto right now. I just want to unlock. I also got this, I believe. I just did it and I have a memory of a goldfish. Sometimes. Sometimes I have great memory. Sometimes a goldfish lives up there. Then again, goldfishes actually have good memories from what I remember. Or the actual fact. Goldfish have memories longer than the 30 seconds. They could remember things up to a month. I don't know if it's longer or not, but still, they have great memories and quick learners. Raktika. Let's go learn about the flood. Let's go learn about the flood. Let's go learn about the culture here, and everything is peachy. I also need to continue working on my sword. Sword. Up I go. Up I go. I think I'm just gonna do Alphino first before I do LSA. Spent less time with him, so maybe. Orin? Excuse me, sir. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles. You see, and well, what I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll? Even a scrap of scribbled on parchment? My apologies, literature is somewhat of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin, at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosities. Or curiosity is a singular. As your powers of perception have quickly informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manners of tomes and documents and other vehicles for the written word even. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for a title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? Oh, so you're an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspective. I quite agree.
If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment and I'll fetch it for you. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson then. A 100 years ago, or nearly enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadow Keeper, the Steward of Darkness. In that wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It poured and swelled without cease, until the day an enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We called the catastrophe the wave, the flood of light even. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving aught behind but a luminous wasteland.
The empty.
Yet, just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. An oracle of light she stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvrant, and Norvrant alone spared the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspects to bedevil the few folk who survived. The Sin Eaters were light incarnate, and their frugant presence stole the night from Norvrant's sky. Even now they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it to you. Or if you would rather I speak for another matter, then that too would be my pleasure. I shall be glad of the company. You have exchanged with Morin. Your exchange with Morin has taught you about the flood of light. I knew that's what he was. I knew he was going to be the guy who talked about, that. And I probably should have given him a little better voice, but I wanted to do a silly voice. A silly voice. Silly, silly, silly voice. Silly, 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 silly voice.
Run like the wind.
But first, I will attune to this aetherite thingamabob.
Energy acquired.
Alrighty. I have that one left. After talking to this man, Bragi.
New to the city, friend. New to the city, friend. The spitting head and the wide-eyed, yet...
Okay, I'm not gonna...
New to the city, friend. The spinning head and the wide eyes give you away. Welcome, my friend. My name is Bragi, and I'm the master of these markets. They give the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. To florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment from Mistral, such as yourself. So finding anything in your size shouldn't be a problem.
Did you say Mistral?
Aye. Something wrong? You see, we can straighten this out. See these two in front of us? The short one is a Hugh. The taller one is an elf. The stout, sturdy individual over there is a Galligant. Whilst the one with the horn is a Drahen. And then you have a large, scaly chap with long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zun. Which is partially not the name. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Ah, the same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much far-flung than that. We've had a few of your plot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learnings, they've floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry, should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions.
Your exchange with Bragi has taught you about the people of the First. This is the shortest one.
Oh, darn.
Hello, Mr. Exarch. I've talked to your people. Malgraha, I mean Exarch. Let's do this. Well, how do you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of of this world and its people? Crystal, life in the Crystarium, the flood of light, people of the First. Yes, it seems you were treated with most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'twas necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the tower's origins, you may have noted the details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the same one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds. Something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which era I tore from, I do know that arrival serves to set the wheels of fate in motion. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfilled my half of the bargain and explain what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters. However, I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see that the guard knows to omit you. Just like that, then Gratias. I am not familiar with that name. Is there something I must know? That's your name, dude. That's you. That's you, my dude. An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I've found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. Mayhap we can revisit the mystery another time. For now, I think it best that we focus on the present.
Greetings, sir. The exile awaits you within.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions. To put it simply, they are here in the first. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the first, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence. And thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Yustola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, They are stranded here, unable to return.
And finding a way to send it and find. What have they been doing all this time?
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future, that which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
Well, I mean, helping people is what I do. I'll see you keep that promise.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Alright, Mr. Exart. The Crystal Tower boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that the room has just become available at the Yen? Pendants. Oh, God damn it. Which as it turns out is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you your own introduction to their wares. Come along. Come along, old bean. I could have teleported, but dark aura, massive armor, sword that glows.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. Aught you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough. Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
Oh God. Damn stones. Oh, they're like iPhones.
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. A Van Kerm Sin?
And
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
so, and huh?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of Isekai'd. For you, I have the most vital task.
Oh.
This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift. How wonderfully exciting. What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did. You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
I think so.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your great and small may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isnefis, and you my Snayak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the
Adorable
other.
sapling.
Raise your hand.
Great, teleportation.
'Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the Source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Cryo, because it's, this is a hard choice, but no, she's very responsible, but magical stuff. I think Cryo is better.
Consider it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
One and a half hours of playing and I still haven't gotten to the... This is still the prologue. It's all the prologue until the first dungeon, I'd say. As a result of your pact with Feo Ul, you now have access to delivery moogles, market boards, and summoning bells. Eee. Gosh. Huh. Maybe he's been playing a lot. Is he no longer a sapling? Sprout. Can we check? Oh, he's still a Sprout. He didn't make it there yet. Or she, I don't know. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matters of your accommodations. We'll have a private room here at the Pendants. For the duration of your stay, make use of as you see fit. When you're ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray, rest, and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the ocular anon. I believe that covers all of the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Gutrak. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless.
Yo, manager.
A pleasure to meet you, sir. And welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room is ready, if you care to retire.
Here we are, in the room of rooms, in the place of our ancestors.
Not really.
You.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the Source.
A warrior of darkness?
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source, and tried to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia. How she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the First. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrand. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood? 100 years. 100 long years. My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that? You were summoned to save the First. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
What about villains? Can I be a villain? know it's kind of the limitations of the engine because it's an MMO, but it'd be nice if I can place my sword next to the bed. Oh, let's mend my stuff. The steering.
Almaring. Almaring. To the ocular.
Alrighty, Mr. Exarch.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters?
Haunted.
Trust you were able to rest.
I had a ghostly visitor.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the Flood of Light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Il-Meg. That is where you'll find Urianger. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armareng. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the Flood of Light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin-Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe. So, will it be Calusia or Armareng? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of sin-eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Microphone was off. Again, I was saying interesting things. Alphino, search for Alphino. It's the least exciting one for me. You wish to visit Alphino in Calusia, then? Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off to the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here is the letter of introduction. Presented to Genma, the master of the beasts, at Temamor Roost, and he will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards.
Your face is unknown to me. What business do you have my rookery? Signed by Yaxar, no less. Yes. I can provide you with an armor of passing to Calusia. I will pick you out a friendly whelp. A chocobo? You hail from one of Norvrand's more isolated settlements. Perchance I hear there are few places where they travel little else. But here in the Crystarium, mounts like the Grey Fellow, they are more commonly used. Seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding on Maru, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any zoom worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring your arrival arrives safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. Once the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts.
First, I shall go over here to talk to this man about the levies. I'm gonna read that. Levies have been unlocked. I believe you are sightseeing. Wrong. Yes. 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 For the moment, sinner. Blah 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 blah. Unlock. Spirits. Blah 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 blah. And now I leave. First I jump down here, because it's faster to get to this aetheryte.
You fly. You want to fly an emerald to Colusia? Well, I suppose if Master Jinmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mount shortly.
You can now travel to Nov, the Colusia, speak with the aspiring emerald tamer to fly to the island. You can also use our aetheryte compass to assist with locating aetheryte currents in new regions. The aetheryte compass can be found on the collections in the duty selection for the main menu.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
No more flying for me. We have arrived. This is the cracked shell beach on the eastern coast of Colusia. Oh, damn it, I forgot to do the thing. You shall be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sea Needle's attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than anything else. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy. That city in the distance, that is Irmo, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale, and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Ilmoran elites had fancied themselves the masters of the remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of the settlements of protection if we bent the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one amongst many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and when we are not at war, our relationship with Ilmo is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. I am glad. We understand each other now. The Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that could make finding you, your friend, a good deal easier. Listen closely. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to the Fisherman's Shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ilbor. Ilbor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Clusia and will be able to point you to the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme. That will let him know you all can be trusted. Here, it shall be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Almaro until you're ready to return. Let's see if I press this thing. Southwest it is. Southwest it is. Southwest I go, avoiding these hobgoblins. Damn hobs. Ah, there it is. If we're gonna do my little trick. When you're in these kind of areas, the gatherer class has a stealth mode that is basically the best. Ooh. Nice. What are you after, fish? Crab? Think I've got an eel in the barrel somewhere if you've tasted of him. Late time? Ooh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in the pan and it's like a bloody festival of flavors. Now what is it I can do for you? Can't say as there be any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Oh, no? I know the one. A young champion of the downtrodden. Almost richer than all of Norvrant put together. But it's a different story for them, as living outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, while some, which makes your friends dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet. Anyways, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide. That's the fishing village just up the path. There you've looking for the run-down excuse of a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Keel? Wait there and I'll see that Alphino joins you. Behold the power of riding my bike in a direction that I can feel is okay. Away from these weird monstrosities. Over the river and through the woods, the monsters I shall avoid. Attunement.
Monkey. Kathy? Caddy? I think we've got enough for the moment. Fish keep us healthy, see, and everyone needs to eat their share. Mr. Merchant, do you actually sell it? Oh, you do? That's it. Gotta get that armor. You know, armor porter. Mender. No, nothing. Fix. Alright. Into the bar. This your first time in the tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loither. Will you have anything? Mead. A fine choice. And what do you pay with? Well then, those are exotic. Where did you come by a coin like this? Sorry, my dear, I don't doubt they have value. But I don't have a touchstone to test their purity. And I'm not about to go beg for one from the neighbors, so we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Ah, here's the thing. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. But what do you say to a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give her a earful for me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not for me, not do that for me, and you can laze about here as long as you like. Like this. Whoa!
you hear faint squeaking from the room above beyond. Time to burst in and save the day like brave adventurer.
No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gold scratching scraps of vegetables on the floor, they're just rats have taken up residence in their absence. Welcome back, dear. What did the good-for-nothing character have to say for himself? Gone, huh? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. And Gate Town, outside of Ilmore. You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat at wherever you like. Dear, you're more than earned it. I'll even throw in a drink on the house.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend.
It's the boy.
The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfie, no, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in.
Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Me? I was more worried about you.
Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before. I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral Calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true.
By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin-Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
Fist pump.
And so we take to the road once more.
Exciting. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, we may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in no more, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west, then cross a small bridge. Should it? Wait, the lady's in back. Ugh, Alphino. I know you're excited to go adventuring with me again, but still, boy. Made a promise to the lady.
West. Going west. West. Keep going. No. Oh, that's gonna probably up over here. Not after now.
Calusius seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar. I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in the distant world, people are much the same. To think that Whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, which with all its culture and history was being erased from existence. No.
No! Get away from me!
Over there! Quickly! Someone is in trouble.
Delirium.
Manic Madame.
My poor heart. Thank you for the help.
There you are. In my haste I lost my bearings, but I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you alright, madam?
Just a few bruises from where I fell. From where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet was not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let the stats stop me. I should probably leave my old home behind, queue up outside Ilmo, and the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here.
One would hope so. Either way, I suggest we avoid wandering alone. This you make the Sin Eater's task any easier.
Thank you again. You saved my life. How? Now I'm sure a strapping young lad like you has little to fear. But I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's aught to be had. Here are but cobwebs and memory.
'Tis as the lady says. Many in these parts have abandoned their homes to living in Ilma's chateau. Though the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few who with the strength to fight them off. Also, if you're not careful, you're turned into a Sin Eater. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? A brief history then. It was not long after the floods swelled the better part of the world. Swallowed the better part of the world. The world that the Sin Eaters first appeared. Some beastly, some beauteous. Yet, Regardless of their form, seem incapable of speech, and all are driven by the same insatiable appetite for mortal aid. They are predators and we are their prey. Colusia suffers from far fewer attacks than most regions, but even so the list of Zenith's victims grow longer by the day, a tragedy without end. Still, we have won a small victory this day, at least now. Shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and leave the path to then follow the path that leads west.
Armoring.
Let's make an attempt to see if I can actually get one here, or if it's going to be all the way up there. Okay, probably all the way up there. Yup, it's up there. Up there, up there. Yep, it's up there. Alrighty. God damn beasties. Island wool. Can't you see inside? That's awesome.
Alright. Back to the road. Back to the road again. Where the rain is blue.
And blah 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 blue 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 blue.
And I am now near Colusia.
Hello there, young Alphino. No. Talk to the boy. Here we are. Oh, it's boy.
The boy must die.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond.
Oh shit. I'm like, why'd you stop?
This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh? I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
Good sir, I can show you my giant sword.
He's not here to compete. Leave him be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Alphino, you don't need to stand up for me. I have a giant sword.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please!
Sword. Sword.
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu.
But you would be.
Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We might not at all.
I'm glad cooking.
Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged, and so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in a city of splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor. Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident!
No.
For you!
Ah, lost!
Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity, yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Get it? Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city has thus far come to aught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place the past 2 decades, ever since Ilmo's current ruler came into power. Yet, from what I have seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from a shared struggle against the seniors, it robs them of their self-efficiency. I have tried to propose ways they could improve the law, but my words have inevitably fall on deaf ears. The attempt is so entrenched now, I worry that while mayhap you should take a turn around Gatetown and judge the situation for yourself. No blue. Just look at that. At it. Could you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that awaits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? A large pot boils over the flame. Pale chunks, mule, you realize, float in the otherwise plain broth. Go right to the measure of Gate Town. I shall wait here.
You're looking to get inside, of course you are. Who won't want to live each day with a full belly and a pretty partner on each arm, eh? Still here, are you? Can't blame you for waiting, for wanting a slice of Ilmoran pie, if you ask me. You should ditch the sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much to look at, but at least it's safe. And the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted.
Because it's people turned into seed eaters. Turned into meat. That's what it is, my dude. You've seen Gate Town has to offer. Those people are no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of meal, and believe Ilmor is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive of any other way of life. You disapprove of the people's way of life? Disapprove? It frustrates me. Certainly that's the only part of it, though the whole situation makes me uneasy. Not that it matters. However, unjust the system seems to me. If these people claim to be content with their lot, it's hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take the elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forgo Ilmor's largesse and doomed to suffer their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in the Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and unattended, hastening the reason's descent into ruin. Nay, I am not convinced that Ilmor's generosity truly serves the best interest of Calusia's people. I am not so naive to think that there is some miraculous solution to all of this, yet I cannot help but frown on the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice to being plucked from poverty by the hands of a capricious ruler. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure. However, until I have taken those long-delayed steps through Ilmor's gates. 'Tis fortunate that you arrived when you did, Gudrak. I have been working on a scheme to assimilate myself into the city. And if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There is a beast tribe who makes its home in the sea across the islands, the Ondu. They are called, though you and I know them as Sahagin. For the most part, they keep to themselves in this ocean grottos, and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tataro took such pains to impress upon me during my stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondu are inordinately fond of land-grown produce. Fresh fruits is in particular, and where I offered to produce such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearl. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded and moral lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkin seeds. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with the Ondu is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? Excellent. I'll be glad to have of your company. First things first, though, we must pay a visit to Moshamoa, my supplier in Wreck. Come. It is just to the northwest of here. Behold. Alright, Compass, do your thing. Over there. Oh, this is the house of that lady. The DPS house. I have 5 quests after this, so I'm just gonna do Alphino, finish Alphino, and then do LSA tomorrow, LSA, and then do the whole first part tomorrow. Alrighty, Compass, do your thing. This is Moshamo, the farmer of whom I speak. Is there something I can do for your friend? Good day to you, Moshamoya. This is my associate, Gudrak. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. I offloaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. Extra lad. Short blue hair? No? He said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. Confound it. Someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If the charlatan was here not long ago, he couldn't have gone far. We should split up and search the area. you find a vantage point on the south side of the town, and I shall take the west. Jump! Jump around! Get up and get down! Jump around! Jump, jump, jump around!
Behold the power of observation.
Gudrak, any sign of him? You've a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape. Blue-haired boy?
There you are. The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai.
Tell me then, Kai. Must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Christerium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I got 2 tickets to paradise.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
You're too nice, off now.
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shia, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
That's not who you are.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfino, ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending. Shall we return to Rite then? Is that?
That's a man, baby.
I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble. Come on, they may need our help.
Ride that bike. Bike.
Oh god.
Oh dear. Soon I will be close to a thing. I believe there's one around here somewhere. My hunt for currents goes.
Pretty sure there's 2 down here and 3 up. Well, actually I don't remember how many. It's, yeah, 2 down here and 2 up. That's how it usually is.
Yes. 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 Oh yeah.
He breathes. Here, he breathes. I think. Though he won't last long without help. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy! Mercy, I beg you! Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. The poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. I think for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? You'll settle with the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristal. I was invited to Ilmore to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures of them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly thrust me out onto the streets. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Rothbury's city. Within few days they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the banister, into the goddamn ocean. From up there, how are you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Don't ask me. I suppose, though, if you didn't find me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And citizens condone such barbaric punishment. Oh, without a second thought. When Lord Rothbury passes judgment, no one as much as blinks, let alone argues. In Ilmore, his word is law.
As is law.
How the fires chase the chill from my bones. Thank you again. The more I hear about Ilmore, the more determined I am to see what awaits within its walls. I will bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first we shall convey Tristal to a shelter of the village. Fire or no, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Away into the city.
Oh, there once was a wizard.
I wonder what Tristal will do now. Pray accept my deepest gratitudes. I owe both you my life. And if you permit me, I will assist you in your attempts to enter Ilmore, insofar as I am able, at any rate. To be frank, the thought of spending my savers into that awful place makes me sick to my stomach, but since it's plain you've set your mind on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Amoran elites are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. And if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have talent for painting. Well, actually, he's already a good painter. Are you certain this is your livelihood? We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly. For all you've done for me, besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anything anymore. As to what I do instead, I honestly haven't decided. But I shan't stay long in this place, not with the city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession. I'll keep you in my prayers, for now until my dying day. They say kindness is its own word, but Tristal has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some artist skills with a brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, if you don't mind taking a subordinate, may have you post as my assistant. Then it is settled. All we need to do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. Sure, you made it. Should you make it into the city, have care what you say or do. I wouldn't want you to save my life only to lose your own.
Alright. Side quest time!
Oh, who are you? Forgive me. It's not often we see travelers in the wreck. How dangerous it is here about. I even worry for my husband taking the road down the shipyard, and he's as strong as a Talos. He has been gone a good while, though. If you head that way, could you please let him know his wife is expecting him home?
Ah, yes. The mayor.
Excuse me? But you're a gentleman. You're the gentleman Alphino was traveling with, aren't you? I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch your name.
It's Gudrak, dear.
Ah, Gudrak. How lovely to meet you. My name is Ulysses. I'm the acting village mayor. I was hoping someone of your talent would pass through right before long. Thing is, I need to visit someone at Stonegaze, but I'm afraid to walk the path alone. Do you think you could provide an escort? Thank you. I just couldn't bring myself to ask one of the villagers. You see, there was an incident a while back where a veteran band of hunters were badly mauled. Simply mentioning that it is unsafe to wander outside the village these days would be enough to bring back memories of grisly sights. Which is why it's been so difficult to even bring up the subject. But such does not change the fact that the roads are indeed dangerous. Pray meet me at the path to the north and be prepared to fend off the wildlife. Did I tell you? I was barely 10 steps out of the village. Come, let us hurry along before some more predators have a chance to get at. Thank you for escorting for the escort, Gudrak. This is the gentleman I wish to speak with, so we needn't go any further. Sailu. Are you wandering around by yourself out here? You know what kind of creatures lurk beyond the borders of the village?
Well, if it isn't Chilo, Clifto's little girl. Something I can do for you, lass?
Yes, sir. I came for an answer for my proposals from the other day. Have you given any thought to taking over as village mayor? I'm doing the best I can in the interim, but I have neither the age nor the wisdom to continue in the role. The rest of the villagers agree with me.
I fairly sure I told you nay once already. But seeing as you found a guard just as you could come talk to me, then mayhap I will consider the idea. In exchange for a few small tasks.
You will? Please, just tell me what I need to do.
My friend Clifto, your dear father, was looking for a sickle to cut some rope. Would you please skip back to the village and borrow one for me?
Why would you? I mean a sickle, was it? For cutting rope? That shouldn't be too difficult. I have only meant to ask you along for the one trip, but if I'm to complete these tasks, would you be willing to indulge me a little longer? Dude, if you're trying to kill yourself, there's either more easier ways than to just ask that lady. Something I can do for you, dearie. Good day to you, young Ulysses. You look a little flustered, dear. Was there something I could help you with? Good day to you, madam. I was actually hoping to borrow a sickle. Is that all? Here, you can take this one. I've several spares, so there's no rush in returning it. Doing a spot of harvesting, are you? My thanks, but it's not for me exactly. I was asked to bring one for my father. Your father? Shadows save me. Forgive me. If you're to accompany me in this task, then you deserve to know the whole truth. It was my father, Clifto, who was the former mayor of Rife. And the incident I spoke of earlier was something that happened a year ago. One day a stray senator came prowling around and slaughtered nearly half the villagers. It was a waking nightmare. Some of the villagers blamed my father. They said it was because he refused to accept the protection of Gilmore. The sheer scale of tragedy and the accusation that followed were always at his conscience until finally he could bear the guilt no longer. He hung himself. Isekai'd, the old man he spoke to, was his closest friend, but considering how he worded his request, it seems he was reluctant to accept the fact of my father's death. Still, I will see this task to the end. Let us bring his sight, shall we? Oh, I'm gonna do this task later when I unlock the Beast Tribe, because you're part of the Dwarf Beast Tribe. Sailu, sir, we've brought the scythe you asked for.
Oh, good. Old Clifton will be glad to see this.
Oh, sir. Thank you for staying with me, Gudrak. This might be harder than I expected.
I can keep doing this later, but that will be when I have unlocked more of this area. When I can fly. I'll do it when I can fly.
Because this is the quest line to unlock, or part of the quest line that will unlock this tribe. Nope, I just wanted to unlock your ability to send through a bug.
Something I could do for you, stranger? Well, beat me with the hammer. Has it been that long? I was aiming to salvage the planks on this old hall, but he's giving me more trouble than I bargained for. Bit of a waste to leave all the lumber lying around. Not much call for seaworthy vessels, since the light ate up half the world. You understand? So I reckon it was better for a woodworker like me to put it to good use. These boards, though they are tightly joined, I can pull the bloody things loose. Here, do me a favor and sprinkle some of this powder on the joints, along the keel. I'll keep working on the end on this end, and with any luck I can get home before the wife stomps down here to fetch me herself. That should do the trick. Powdered fire crystal is the best thing to melt. With glue, just pour on a little water and the steam will take care of the rest. This ought to be a one-man job now, thanks to you. Oh, if you could let then noise. Oh, I'll be done within the hour. Then you'll have helped me out two rough spots today.
He's alright then. Well, that's a relief. Right's had its share of troubles. And a wife does worry. What? You had you help strip Blinks, the cheek of that man. Still, we're lucky his father taught him the trade so well at all. And if he was using those skills to take ships apart instead of building them, woodworker puts food on the table, so I'm grateful to his family for keeping up their traditions. And I'm grateful to you for bringing me peace of mind. Please, take this for your kindness.
Alrighty. So, 2 more quests. 2 of them will be up there, while 1 is for Mount Gog.
Now we wait. It should be a good place as any. Here they come.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for
the folks
at our door.
We've welcomed the peddler who made pearl from a plum, and now we're a place for a painter of blonde. So come along and don't be slow. It's time to let your colors show. I can paint portraits, at least. Landscapes and still lives are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you shall feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you for your prowess? Any masterpiece on your person? Sadly, no. Everything I paint is soon sold, such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you'll note that it has seen no small amount of service. Oh ho ho! fletch of paint, both old and new. Ain't too much loved and much used. On a prop to be conjured on the hook. Very well, come with us and we will put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on? Well-wisher or a parasite? Why, this is my assistant. He whose unfailing support allowed my art to flourish. I will go with him, or not at all. Parasite, then. We shall leave his fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not at which to us. And have filled your latest vacant space. We retire to Ilmo's sweet embrace. Oh, mercy me, the mule! We almost took our leave without leaving a lovely token. We must empty the sack or we make our way back.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days. Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Huh? Did you need something? Oh, I've lived here for ages. 10 years at least. It was my mother who brought me through. She's dead though, of course. It's funny, I ought to feel sad to think of her, but I don't. Don't feel much of anything anymore, really. I suppose that there's not much point to it. I have nothing to love, nothing to hope for. So why bother? I know I've never given up. I know I'll never get up there to Ilmo proper. I'll live here stealing their scraps and then I'll die here, that's all. It's called the derelict. Those hulking shipwrecks from the flood. I suppose these days, there's nothing in the whole bleeding place that the name doesn't apply to. The buildings, the paths, the people, all forsaken, just sitting here and waiting to rot. Oh, we survive, I suppose, like maggots in a corpse. Feeding on whatever carcass we scourge from the city. but live? No. That's sad. Funny lady?
I may have a drafty shack, but I'm doing my best to make this place look nice. Just because the world is a terrible place doesn't mean I have to be miserable about it.
Good for you, young lady. Or old lady, whatever lady you are.
Yumo, finally.
Look even grander from this angle, eh? Welcome, welcome, the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its majesty. No, not even a single tear. Moving right along then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on a happy face and head through the joyous hall. The Bureau of Immigration is the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation. In a nice sound voice, the clerk will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pray not mind to those folks off the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in J-Town, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means take your time. But why waste another moment? Go enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. In fish divine. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we had better show ourselves welcome for the time being.
Up and away. Away, whoa.
Well, I'll be back here. I'm gonna tune to everything and then
we shall see who is king.
That's interesting. Tastes like rotten socks, you say? Oh god. Oh god, we need to find their children here. That is sad.
Oh. If you need directions, I'm afraid I'm not the best person to ask. I've recently come here myself from the Crystarium. Thought I'd see what all the fuss was about. So far I haven't been able to get in to see the so-called gilded paradise of all. But it's fine. I can be very stubborn when the situation calls for it.
I go. Oh, I accidentally forgot to get this thing. The whole reason I came here. Seeing those huge ships split like so much firewood really makes you think, doesn't it? The flood might have been awe-inspiring in its own terrible way.
Run like the wind.
Like the wind.
The Herbs Garden. The Herbs Garden. We're at the Herbs Garden. Hehehe, what is it? Can't you let this old rat sit in peace?
It's probably one of the few times that I can actually like go round.
The food we get here from here almost is mainly meal, and the produce that isn't pretty much for the product that isn't pretty much enough for the rich to stomach. Combined with fresh fish, though, it makes a damn fine stew.
What you looking at?
And keeping a lookout for anything tossing past that down from Ilmore that might need saving from the briny deep. Like valuables or people.
You know you miss someone. Literally miss someone. I'm gonna explore here later, because I think this is a very interesting city. And if I keep going into the story, I'm not gonna be able to see it.
Welcome to Ilmore, fortunate friends. May I have your names?
I am Alphana, an artist, and this is Gudrak, my assistant.
Ah yes, I was informed for your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Ilmore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord of the Vothri, and the bonded, who work, employee of the free. You will be joined to the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve as patron in the capacity of which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Shall your patrons dismiss you for any reason? You may find another sponsor with free or accept work as general laborers.
I see. And might you tell us something of the patrons we are to serve?
The two patrons, actually, Chai Luz and Dulia Chai.
A minstrel couple who's most referred to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for our own sake as much as theirs.
Now, a moment, please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. Well, as a note, there is your registration documents. Take these papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Ilmoran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise.
Though we are not free citizens, by the grace of Lord Vothry we are allowed to hold residency, comfortable positions here in the Bureau. We'll never do anything to jeopardize that, understand? Welcome to the Bureau of Registrations. Papers, please. What have we here? Alphino, Artis, and Gudrak as artist assistants to employed in the service of Lord Chai Nose and Lady Dulia Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it's best that we deliver you to Chai's residence before... Oh dear. You smell horrendous. Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Proceed directly to the... Doolhouse? The Dulisary next door and scrub yourself clean. Use whatever showers are free. After you rain away the stench, you'll want to wash yourself with the perfume, liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to Chai residence. Cornelia, Lynn, the guard by the stairs, will give you the directions. I haven't realized we were so aromatic. You rinse yourself clean in a stream of water. To resist the temptation of touching everything in here, the free citizens become quite irate with us if their items have even the slightest hint of a smudge on them when released from customs. Oh, you've showered and dressed already, have you? It's not... that is to say, it seems rather exposed for someone... Absol, does it not? Hurry up and get in there, Stinky. Fine, you. Just a quick rinse then. Okay, Stinky. That's your new nickname. Off now. You're now Stinky. Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smell of the road has been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons then?
Yo, the power of aura.
We'll need directions to the Chai residence.
You're looking.
Is that a girl or a dude? Let's be safe and give you a higher pitched voice. You're looking to present yourself to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city lays out. Then, imagine 3 layers, one on top and then the other. The layers here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory where the military has their headquarters. And above that, you've got the canopy, which is where the first citizens, pre-citizens of Irmo spend their days. So if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing till you run out of stairs. Then look at the Grand Dean's parlor. You'll be in there, like as not.
I have sold something.
Oh, mostly because I'm selling something people want to buy. Or people who want to cheat. I don't think that's where I can come from. Alright. The boards. Pretty sure I can. Here. Haha!
One shot. I'm just that good. Well then, let's begin. Huh. What are you doing in here?
Looking around all you like, but whatever you do, don't lock me in here when you leave. Lock? Haven't seen you around before. Are you a newly bonded citizen? If you're here to fetch something, you'll want to speak with Shy staff. The storage room over there.
Run. Like the wind. First I must have 2. Alrighty, I got everything except for one area. One area.
This was a fun detour, but... You cannot attune to here because you need permissions.
Well, there. What is it? Spit it out then.
Oh, who's this then?
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers.
I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he'll paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful! Welcome to Yulmore.
Alfino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis he who best understands my work. With his unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than him being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city he has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for his priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on his behalf.
Did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have his wish. He shall be free to roam to his heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
I mean, honestly, the only thing I can't do in this game is paint. But, you know, I can build you. Oh! Off you go. The city is yours to explore. Oh, but do be careful along those outside the walkways. I should be most upset if you were to slip and fall.
If my wife has given her permission, then you need not seek my say so. All I ask is that you behave yourself, draw no attention, and be respectful at all times.
Now you've the opportunity to experience him. I suspect you might make the most of it. explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I will start with the canopy. Go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls. Mayhap such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with friendly visitors. I would appreciate it, of course, if you would share any discoveries with me in turn. We will both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. I am Mova, woman of and chairwoman of the Banquet of Splendors. Master Elfnord has spoken quite highly of you and your unparalleled artistic ability. Quite highly indeed. Forgive my boldness, but I shall be most honored if you were to register with us as a provider of collectibles. An app compensation, we offer you a wide varieties of goods. I am confident will meet with your approval. And direct compensation, to be fair. We have adopted a system rather similar to one to which you are doubtless familiar, in which I recently learned, Master Alphina. Every delivery you will receive payment in the form of strips. This exclusive currency is redeemed only with the Bank of Splendor's limited team. Perhaps, but you will find that the equipment material we have on offer more than make up for any convenience. The woman who first conceived this approach was Billy. Wouldn't you agree? A true visionary who managed to bring together people from all across of life and reshape the world with her boundless compassion and generosity.
What the?
Oh, and I shall mention the neglectable portion. The value of all collectible proceeds will be withheld to account for overhead and other assorted operating expenses. Doubtless I need not explain the necessity for this.
So many of these people back to the dark night.
Oh, hello there. Hello there. A fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant, are you wondering? You? Big strong lad, long hair, tight back. He was escorting me on the shopping errand when I realized I'd dropped my handkerchief. Now I've been waiting here all alone, while he's been off searching for it. I am not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget silly handkerchief and return to my side at once.
Save this man. Look at White, that was too close. Thank you, friend. I know what I would have done if you hadn't come this way. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see, the wind must have thrown it over the edge. But luckily it caught on something, and I thought if I could just stretch out far enough,
You must think highly of your mistress.
She is my entire life. Without her, I am nothing. When I first came to Ilmar, I thought only to improving my lot in life. But there was not much more in this city than wealth. Auntie, there is no war, there are no conflicts. Residents all treat each other with more respect. My mistress is ever so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Calusia where I could possibly be happy. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deeds, you'll witness to her generous subtlety firsthand. What only you say? Curse my clumsy feet. I must return to her immediately. I will never leave my lady's side again.
My attendant tells me everything. Told me everything. I am so very grateful. You are here to offer your assistance. As if he was a member of my own family. I cannot live the wonderful life I lead without him. We free citizens owe the bonded our unending gratitude. Mayhap in other societies or our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Eomar, the most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of the measure required for the free surrender their fortune upon registering all of our property, finance, intelligential or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and condolence to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concerns of earning coin has the most miraculous effect on people's outlook. There's no rivalries to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy a tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must see what the market has to offer as the reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, I've not forgotten you, for, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. All this talk of relying on bonds, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duty must be. I hope I haven't intruded your duty unduly. Tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Ahem. Local humor. Anyways, a lady by the name of Trista Bree usually has a seat near the entrance. She'll gladly speak with you on your number of topics, assuming you find yourself on our good side. Welcome to the beehive, my little drone, seeking the sting of excitement to live up your days. I can tell at a glance when folks are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see. Anyways, give them away. Always give them away. Why don't we play some card games to set you at ease? A quick game of high or low, simple matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single flavor. No reason within, of course. Interested? To play the game of high and low then? Let's play. Three cards are yours, 3 cards are mine. Flip 1, yours. I flip 2 of mine. Go low. "13! I win! Wah, 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 wah." Congratulations, you guessed was right. Usually I concede defeat at this point, but what do you say to a rematch? One more win, and you will talk about the favor. Let's play. That's the spirit. Let me sort out the deck. So that you have 17. You win. Oh well, would you look at that? I think you got a knack for this, newcomer. Congratulations, victory is yours. As a prize as I promised. Whisper in my ear, then don't be shy. Tell old Trista what she can do. That's all? I'll delightfully wholesome. Knowledge is what you want. That is what you shall have. My humblest estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Saints. They say Lord Vothlery was born with the power to command them, which means no Imora never rise a weapon to defend the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? You itch. Still need scratching. You might go a few words out for Ardman over there. There's aught that Mary sought likes more than the sound of his own voice.
What's new to you? What? New to you, you say? Only just arrived already. You peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, all for chatting, but you just slow down, enjoy life, my friend. I tell you what, you hop on stage and give us a dance first. Can have a little talk.
Whistle.
Now that was a show. You're welcome to climb right down on stage anytime you like. Now, is it you wanted to ask me? Ah yes, something about our fair city. I'll tell you, it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Amoran army may be of the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous loss in the war against the Sinitubs. Things changed for us, around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He got his this way with the the ethers you see. Turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've been an ally to, no more an enemy to be feared. Yet elsewhere there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battle. Bah! A toast to Lord Bathory. Gained a preliminary sense of the city. Chized Alphino would expecting a return. Yes, the assistant. What was there something?
Oh, you've returned for your jaunt around the city? So soon? You'd have hurried back young. Alphino has yet to come but to canvas.
One cannot rush good art, I'm told. Or good art is apparently. Finally.
I put together a Insura garment you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious, yes. Oh me. The last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. Truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? What happened to the painting?
Exactly. The lad is an artist here, it's not a dressed up doll. It's not. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here.
Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly.
Well, I didn't. That's not to say as long as you. Just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. Be upset if he doesn't get ready to paint at a moment's notice.
Whatever you say, darling. Oh, so we pick out some jewelry next.
I really must have your mentor concentrate at his art. Our anniversary will be upon us soon, and I promise to have a portrait to commemorate our union.
I think Alphino looks simply precious in the new burly elf fashion, but he seems more comfortable in traveling wear. So I settled on this current wardrobe. It is not common style anymore, and I can just imagine the heads turn as he strides across the crowd.
Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently the extent to how I should dress whilst painting. But the obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging this distraction is time you can use to continue your exploration for this exclusion. I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff about the entire corner.
I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. Karna? Welcome to paradise. If there's anything that you require, our fair city will provide. I'm certain you will absolutely love it here.
To Ilmo, Ilmo. To the understory.
Sniff. What's wrong? You're one of the bonded, are you? Like me? Please, I need your help. My throat. I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I am no use to him, then I need you to ask Sneak Out Derelict and describe my condition to Rich. Here's a list of symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines, please. I have no one else to turn to.
Time to do the ascension, which is something that they do to make people who've been eating meal turn into senators, where they can then turn into meal.
Cause meal is people. Meal is senator, but senator for people that were turned in from senator.
You see medicine, tonics, potions? A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out. Except, and even when the voice may never heal completely. Poor little songbird, would they kick her from the nest? I wonder, or simply silence her chirps. Oh, your face, you don't know. Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to live. And as corpses, you might see one or two in a fellow's flock hurled from the balconies, but the rest gone. The town of nightmares it is. Not for the city rats, ship rats, oh no. I am content to scrounge around down here and nibble on the crumbs while fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict and I have my meal. Good day.
Did you get the medicine? So that's it. What am I to do if I cannot sing?
There you are, my sweet canary. Here have you been crying again. Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend.
Oh, generous sir. Mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary says...
So you beasts suffering all this time. I am sorry, my pet. I haven't realized your affliction was this grave. But needn't, friend. I am not a robot. I'll not reward your hours of really trilling by casting you out to the street.
You are too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you. Treasure.
And I shall have word with Lord Farthry and arrange for your ascension. The paradise where it resides. That paradise where resides neither pain nor peace. Will you sing out? Sing out clearly once again. Or mayhap you think it's a step too far?
No, I do this for.
Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instruments were there to greet me.
Ascension?
A new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them to the celestial paradise. It is through Lord Varthry that we learn this truth. It is through Lord Varthry's grace that the free people of Ilmar are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and agreement, till at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find peace with the host, shall their patrons deem them worthy.
Lord Farthry truly is a great man, isn't he?
Now, if you will excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation, the compassion you have shown my precious canary.
Ascension's where they turn you into sin. Either that or they just feed you to Sin Eater. The Sin Eaters need to eat man flesh. Run! Like the wind! Do something real quickly. There we go. That's all I need to know.
Back to the Dark Knight. Yes, my love. You're probably right.
Oh, dearest. You really should find you some new gloves. 'Tis good to see you back. You're taking so long I began to worry. Something had happened. I began sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay, the child appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what you investigated at Glint's thus far? So Lord Valfrey boasts some manner of influence over the scene, does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizens. As for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folks have entered the city over the years, then where do they go?
I take an eye off of you a moment and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done then? What in blazes? So unflattering. Explain yourself, Alphina. Where is the artistic interpretation? It should invoke images and the affluence and nobility and otherwise the viewer with a boundless beauty.
Lord Chai, you stated that the portrait was commissioned your anniversary. You're being a joyous reunion. It seems to me the realistic portrait.
Realistic? I didn't want realistic, I wanted perfection. A spectacular to slacken jaws and weaken knees. Make people cry out in amusement. Now fetch a blank canvas and... I say, did that come from above? Ladies and gentlemen, for your attention, please. A tale to make quiver and your noble and freeze. There's a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city.
But our lord has gotten him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one of all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. A malcontent? A malcontent? How dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing?
That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mention is part of the... of the emergent, the level above us, where Lord Valfrey resides. Ordinarily, you'd be barred from entry, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for a little while. The crown, the lift will take you up there.
You better not dwell there.
Oh, well, I'll go get a pen and do this myself. If you want to see justice be served, stop dawdling and take the crown up to the merchants.
You would be careful around the malcontent, won't you? I should not hate for you to come to any harm, although I imagine Lord Varthry has the village well under control.
The crown lift.
That's him. That's Vorthry.
Fat man. He's wider than he is tall.
But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy! Mercy!
By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vorthry, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Europe is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society! To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do, but offer the sinner another way to show his country?
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin-eaters are part of Yulmor's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
It is true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out, I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmor?
Dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? the guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
And people call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could. Can you walk? I think so.
Did that little worm just insult me? I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
And away we go. Kaishir? Thank you. Thank you again. Forgive me, in my anger I seem to have marched us back outside. Again, though it is possible, probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we'll worn out our welcome no more. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Colusia. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Kaishir, I have done you a grave disservice. You're hungry and desperate, and I've offered you a solution without once considering the risk inherent in your accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me. And now Lord Vathor wants us all dead.
not come back with us to the Crystarium? I am certain we can find work for you there, if you are willing. No, that would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking, learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Elmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down. Don't worry. Take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Finod. Lord and Lady Chai.
What in the blazes have you done? They have the entire city looking for you.
I took a peek at your unfinished portrait. Finod. Now I've had many beautiful and striking pictures painted of me, but there was something about your work. It's as if you had cut the very essence of our love and rendered it nude onto the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Fothry and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over many odd feelings. I am sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left us to the fullest? Pray press me no further. We are leaving. I will not presume to take the garment you were so kind to procure for me one moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes you silly boy, insist. And I should make arrangements so that I pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witness must not go unanswered. The next time we meet I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. I'm trying to fly. I'm gonna jump down. Whoa! Whoa, lassie. Whoa, Nelly boy. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through the whole sordid ordeal. What's not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts had nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice to say, our plan for saving the first was unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vothry and his subjects. Come, we must speak to the Isekai'd and chart a new course. This is far from over. The ocular! 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 It is good to be back amongst friends. In such company, I can finally turn my thoughts to the future. But ere we discuss all we have learned and begin planning our next step, I think it best that you visit Alice. Her familiarity with it, Meringue will no doubt, provide us invaluable insights, and besides, I know she is eager to see you as I was. Bring a smile to her face, Kudra. Ready to depart for Meringue? Alice will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was repeatedly. I hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness, though this is a letter of introduction addressing a man named Castar, the master of merchant caravan. There are few who know the way of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch, and he will see that you reach your destination. Right? Well, that will be it for now. I have streamed for 4 hours and 30 minutes. And so, that is actually a long time. Longer than usual. Well, not really. I think I went 4 hours. I'm constantly going 4 hours. Last 3 times I streamed. Most likely tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. Later today, I will stream again. Hopefully. Honestly. And I'm going to try. I'm gonna do LSA and then get through the digital. Get through the. I'm gonna try ending up in Omeg. That's planned for later today. But for now, that is it for now. Thank you for watching. If you're watching the VOD, I stream. What? That's weird. Okay, there we go. If you're watching the VOD, thank you for watching the VOD. And I stream almost every day. I start between 10 and 7. I started at 8:30 today. I was trying to start earlier, but I got distracted again. Getting distracted. But again, thank you for watching. If you can, like and subscribe, and have a good morning, evening, afternoon, and night, whatever time it is for you. And goodbye.